Hello. What's good, gamers? Let me adjust my settings here. Yeah, that's good. Check everything's working. Yeah, I think you can hear me okay. I've set the audio of my computer much lower, because in the before times, people complained that it was too loud. So I'm going to turn this on, and I'm going to look at this. This looks very low relative to my voice, even if I start mumbling partway through the stream. My hair's messed up. Who cares? Alrighty. Well, today we're going to work on the submission we're working on for the Juniper Jam. Let me go ahead and find Rad Debugger. I don't have that open. Here we are. And it didn't open the project file. Here we are. Wow, game audio. So, this is what we got. You run a laundromat. You take clothes and you put them in your inventory. And you put them in the washing machine. You charge the washing machine with this thing. And then you hit go, and it cleans it. And that's what we have. We're gonna have to add some meta mechanics, fix up the graphics somewhat. I can come in here. This thing is dead currently. Hold on a minute. Arc. Where do we go? There we are. Cha-cha-cha. Get the latest. Okay. And last thing we're going to do is we're going to hit the advertisement. So I need the share link. Look at this. It looks like it's working. Okay, there's me. All right. All right, now. Now. I want to adjust the volume on my interface instead of anywhere else. So, what does my to-do list look like? Well, we currently have this stuff does not matter. We're going to hide it. And we're going to put it down here. We're going to say, like, nice to haves. Something like that. Oh. There we go. Okay. Different clothing sizes, customer types, money, night upgrades, new stations, and more clothing types. Right. So, first thing I want to do is I want to take my clothing and I want to make it so that it actually takes up more than one box. Let me take a look at what I have. Oh, do I have to open Steam to open Aseprite? I guess I do. Give me a moment. Ooh, don't look. Yeah, there we go. All right. I guess I'll go on do not disturb, invisible. Okay. We're gonna look around in our files here. Take a look at what we got. We have all sorts of things. Interesting, interesting, interesting. These different? Oh, they're different colors. Okay. Those are different colors. I see, I see. Okay. Cool. So let's... What is the size on this? Is this... Oh, they're all 1 square. Okay. All right, these are all 1 square anyways. Which kind of means... So Saigons... Hama. Okay. Let's start by defining some equipment and doing things like this. So, how do I want to handle specifying equipment in the code? Probably just make a file somewhere. Serious game. We'll call this apparel.odin. Or how about I call it item.odin. Perfect. And we're going to take the existing item definition, which is right here, and just throw it on over on this side. And I need a plan for specifying this stuff. So we need like a blueprint kind of thing. Let's start with this. Be a distinct player inventory height U8. We're going to have to work with them somewhat. I'll need some sprite IDs at some point, but how about I just say... Okay, so if I think about my different clothing types, I have... How about a clothing blueprint? Which is going to be a struct, and we're going to have a shape mask. And Okay, we'll just do this. We'll take a read-only data, and we'll say clothing blueprints is going to be a split by customer type. So Something like that. And we'll have some arbitrary number of clothing blueprints, and that's going to be how we'll decide which clothes to use for which thing. We will start with... Honestly, I think I want to start with, like... I guess we'll start with a base for each one that we can think about. So... It's going to be real simple because Shape Mask is going to be for the fairy. Array of U8s. We're going to have one... This is a little annoying. There we go. Two, three, four, five. I think that's all I gotta do. Yeah. Something like this should be good. And so for the elf, we'll just make it a 2x2. And for the orc, we'll make it a 3x3, even though this is not necessarily how it's going to be. And so we have to go in and where we generate our customers. What do I have for customer sprites? Because I know we have a couple. So the base just looks like that, but then we have... Okay. Sure. We also want to think about asset handling. That's been in the back of my mind as something that's a little bit troublesome currently. So let's load in our assets. Serious game. This is asset.odin. And so we're going to have our state. We're going to have just a load assets function. Just going to load everything. Make sure it's all covered for us. How about we do... Assets. So we're gonna have backgrounds. Which are gonna be for RL texture. We're gonna have I guess we'll just say orcs. We'll have, it's going to be 1 RL texture currently, and we're going to have elves. 1 RL texture. We're going to have fairies. It's going to be 3 RL texture, I think. I know I opened 2, but there's a 3rd one. Yeah. Okay. And I would really like these on 1 sprite sheet, I think. So let's go ahead and just do that. This is 64, 64, so we'll do 64, 64. And save it. Combined, and I will just take the base. I think this just makes it a lot simpler to keep track. Copy. Paste. Seem to be missing the 3rd layer. Or no, the copy. I see. Well, I don't really want it to do that. Is that going to cause me problems? Like... Oh, maybe instead of... Yeah. How about we try that? Perfect. We can export this, and then we don't have to do anything as complicated. Always we do. Yeah. We make the data easier to work with. I love that. All right. This is fairy.png. Export. And we don't even really... Okay. We have customer race, yes. So we have customer trace, RL texture. And we'll just have variations. Set it to 3. Or well, I guess do it this way. We've included the naked fairy, but we can go ahead and make that. We can deal with that when we get there. Okay. So that's gonna fix that up. Our customer is gonna get erased now. I mainly wanted it for these variations, so that's totally okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just do bytes u8 rl.texture. We're also, file type is a C string, I think. Now, on here, we're doing this. I want load assets, state, and we're going to make sure to put assets into state, just like that. Now, we're going to head ahead and load. Inventory. It's a texture. And we can just make this really simple. State.backgrounds 0 equals load texture from bytes. Load storefront bg.png. .png. Oh. Import RL. And it is just this. Simple as that. run the file type right here. We run raw data bytes. We do I32 length bytes. Binga bang bong. That's going to cover that. Let's go ahead and remove this. It will complain. That's exactly what we want. So we can find the spot where it's used. What did I call it? Backgrounds 0. Oh, actually, I totally forgot I had that. View. Desk. So we can just do this. We can say rl.draw texture. rl.white, and that'll do that. Yeah, at least it's working right. Perfect, perfect. Just what I want to see. I have too many tabs. Okay. Next. Just realized that's okay. Next. So we got our customer now. Or, well, we can do inventory. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's good. It'd be nice if I could set a default fallback texture for this stuff in the event that it's nothing, you know? But it's a-okay. All right. PNG. I guess at some point, because we have our stations, we're gonna have to specify station kind. Which I think is gonna just work like this, hopefully. Something like that. And we can go ahead and get our washing machine in there. Honestly, this should be towards the top, I think. It's just a UI element. Something like that. And then we come in here. Get rid of this. We could mess with the menu BGM as well. I guess while I'm here, I might as well do all of it. Oh, no, I know you don't exist anymore. There we go. Yeah, this is fine. It's plenty flexible. Just pile a bunch of data in there. Check. It'll be okay. So... our next step, should we choose to do things this way? That was the assets that I was worried about. Oh, we're going to get the music. Excuse me. Music. See right here, load music stream from memory. Yeah, we gotta specify pretty much the same way. Actually, it's a little bit cleaner. Lots of complaints. Something like that, nice and simple. I think that's good. Yeah. All right. We do have to make sure that's loaded though. We could probably extract the extension from the file name somehow, but I'm not gonna bother with that. It doesn't have to happen. Sure. That covers that. So I want to get my customers with different types. So up here where we add customer. Let's see, I think it is in here somewhere. so this is adding a customer. And I think it's fine not being a procedure at the moment, but I'll just... Let me see. I think we can use random and generate an enum pretty trivially. Is it like choice? Yeah. Choice enum? Yeah. So we just say customer.race equals rand.choice enum. And we're going to go ahead and say customer race. Nice and simple. I guess we can also do this. We can say, yep. So we'll come up here and we'll just stick in there the variation int. Customer.variation equals rand dot, I just say int max, and we say customer variations right there. Hold on a moment. There we go. Okay. Max, and the variation. Okay, cool. So now when we're rendering our customers, all we have to do, first of all, let me get the other ones. Health base. Source game. Elf. Export. And the work base. Gotta be green. Very classic. Work. Oh, shoot. No. Source, game, work. Save, export. There we go. All right. Now, let's go ahead and load these in just for completeness. Assets, customer, elf. Load elf.png, png, work, load, work.png, png. Okay. Now, when we are rendering our customers, we have our rectangle for them, but we just want to draw their texture. Now, when I drew the rectangle is 45 by 90, but the actual portrait is 64. So we're going to adjust. We're going to see what this looks like. Just sending it. Yeah, they're going to be too close together. And maybe 96. This is one of those things that's nice to have hot reloading for, but we don't have hot reloading, so we'll just have to deal with it. That's too much. Do like 72. Also, a cheat to spawn in customers would be nice. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks super good. Okay. No, I don't want to click affinity. No. No, not affinity. All right. State dot assets dot customers customer dot race. So we can start with draw texture V, and it's going to be super wrong. Texture. Something like that. See how silly it looks. Wow, it's an orc. Wow, it's an elf. Not a lot of contrast. Ah, it's a billion fairies. Okay. Obviously, gotta fix that. Texture source, RL rectangle. So I think I want Draw Texture Pro? Yeah. So source, rect, 000, RL.white. Texture source. Cool. It's gonna equal 00, 64. And what we'll say is if the customer race equals fairy, texture source dot x equals f32 customer dot variation times 64, and we're going to say 64 plus this. And I think that'll do it. Again, I need to be able to quick spawn in some customers so we don't have to wait. An elf, an orc, another elf, another orc. All right, hang on. I had some cheats. Should spawn customer. Day.customer time since last spawn is greater than or equal to day.customer minimum spawn interval. Okay, we got it. This is goofy because you can't. It's unreadable when it's this many lines or this long of a line. So should spawn customer equals false, and what we're gonna say is check if customer should spawn. Enough time passed. Customer minimum spawn interval. Customer time since last spawn is greater than or equal to. Has space. It's gonna be down here at the end. Length of day.customers is less than max customers. Should spawn customer equals enough time passed and has space, and ran.float32 is less than day.customer spawn chance. And you can say when Odin debug or equals has space and rl.is key pressed F6. F6. That doesn't work. Because I'm not using it, duh. Cool, I think that's it. Spawn. Oh, that does not seem to be working still. Am I not compiling and debug? I'm not. I should probably. It still doesn't seem to. Oh no, it does seem to be working. Maybe. Oh, because of that, probably. All right, well, that looks like it's good. We can give them a darker background, maybe. Technically, they don't need the background at all. But if I take the background out completely, I feel like it'll be a little hard to see stuff. It's okay. Cool. And we gotta wash them. Very fascinating gameplay loop. I charge the washing machine. Okay, so I need some stats on my clothing. And I need to actually enforce the shape masks. That's the other problem that we got currently. Cool. That was an instant spawn. That was interesting. Okay, so let's and we did this. And some shape masks for clothing blueprints. This is actually wrong. Yeah, this isn't what I want. Because I actually would like to, I think, we're gonna split them up like this, I think. And to start with, we're just gonna have, you know, fairy, elf, orc, but eventually clothing base. Eventually we'll have like fairy. I mean, I can very easily say, what do we have? We have like fairy pants, fairy shirt, fairy boots. Is there any other ones in there? Socks. So pants, shirts, and socks. Clothing blueprint. Clothing base. The data is appearing. I love data. Wow. So this is going to be, instead of like this, it's going to be clothing base, clothing blueprint. So now we're going to have fairy pants. It's going to be right here. And we're going to remove one of these levels of objectification. I think it's going to be like that. Yeah, cool. So now, fairy shirt. Fairy socks. And we're just going to have orc or elf. And we're going to have orc. Cool. And set the sheet mask on something real here. Ooh. Perfect, perfect. So now, what I have to do... I guess I'll just put in everything. Clothing variations. I would prefer this to be default 0 as like a valid thing, because I'm just going to fill in a lot of them. But then, that's fine. Let's go ahead and get these set up. Close some of these. Fairy pants. Art. Midori fairy pants too. Inventory fairy pants 3. And we're just gonna Control C. No. Learn my lesson. Cool. And we're gonna save as and make sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll go ahead and export that. Export. Maybe I don't like that name. We'll worry about it later. It's not a big deal. Sucks. Open. You don't like opening the third thing, huh? It's so weird. I just do this. Perfect. So what do I have? I have this light green and this dark green. I'm missing this one. Kind of mixed up the order, but it's okay. I don't want to do that. All right. Save as. Sparta. Ooh, nice. There's so much good stuff in here. So let's see, I did pants and I did socks. I need the shirt. Save as. C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Export spray sheets. that's that. And we're on an assets kick. We're gonna make the game look more complete because we have all these cool assets. We have the working background now? Yeah. We're gonna fill up my source folder when I really should be probably putting all these sprites in a directory or something. Come in here, make sure. Revert. I want to take a look at some of the stuff that I have not seen yet. So a left arrow and a right arrow. It's just the same arrow but flipped, I think, right? Are they different colors? It's 41C679, 41C679. Okay, I think I can just flip this. I don't know. I'm kind of not ready to put this in anywhere. It's nice to look at. Let's see. We have this stuff. This stuff. Open. That's just... nothing for now. Okay. Ooh, cool. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Okay, nice. So I don't need those particularly. Okay, well, I know what's happening here. I definitely want to make sure I get these in the right order. Well... I could. I mean, they're hard on pressed in there, but it might be better if they're not. The wrong layer? Nope. Are they on every layer? Where are they? Oh, they're there. I'm a fool. Oh, perfect. I don't even have to do anything. Cool, 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 cool. Combine these. Paste. Copy Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And that is good. Yeah. Export. I don't want to get too distracted. Export. Oh, no. Export. Perfect. All right. That should do with that. We're gonna revert this. Yeah, good. Cool. Very important. So, where was I? Well, we can go ahead and we can get our second background. And actually, I think the second background is all of the backgrounds. What are our other views? Wall 0, wall 1, and wall 2. Working BG. PNG. Come together a little more. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Clothing. It's going to be a clothing base. Yeah, this will work fine. Asset, stock, clothing. Something like that. I mean, it's not going to be rendered anywhere. Act like it's going to do something. Ah, how I wish that I had built a system for this ahead of time, so I wouldn't have to do quite so much. But I'm not going to get distracted. I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to just keep on doing things manually. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So now we don't even include shape mask on the item. We're actually going to have an item base. I'm not going to do this way. I'm going to say clothing base to shape mask. Item base. Reduce another level of indentation. Make this... Ah, yeah. Control. There we go. Can I control click? Yeah. Oops. Undo selection. Okay. So. Is it Control J? No. How do I select a line? Okay, I think that should be right. What are we mad about? Right, so now you want item base. Why item base instead of clothing base? Somewhere deep in my heart, there's a vague notion that might be a non-clothing item to include in the inventory somewhere, which might be funny. I don't know. But in the meantime, it's just a naming quirk. An hour and 15 minutes down. 6.5 hours to go. Where are we going to go from here? Well... Do we want to make the 0 a good default? Kind of think it would be funny if the invalid item just filled your entire inventory. But realistically, it should be this. Okay. Okay, so now we need like a drop table for our laundromat. So we're gonna go ahead and say we need our drop table. That's all we're gonna do. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna say row data, drop tables, customer race, slice of item bases, and if you want to make something twice as common, you can just make it twice as common, I guess. You can just put 2 of them in the list. Or you could... Now we're gonna do this. This is a little funny, maybe a little too much, but so we have item drop, struct, right? It's gonna have a base type. It's going to have let me ask. Come over here and say we're gonna consult with the clanker because wonder if the clanker's even gonna understand that. take too long. All right. So I like the idea of having an item drop. So yeah, we have a weight, which is an integer. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. It'd be nice if I could count the total somehow ahead of time, but I mean, I'll just do it once at startup, and it'll probably be instantaneous. So, base type, item base, weight, int. I'm gonna, instead of calling this an int, it's gonna be an I64. Hypothetically, I could make it a U64, but then it becomes annoying. So it's going to be I64. It'll be fine. That will cover it to start. So, oh, let's do an ID. Okay. So we're going to have our fairy, elf, orc. So just to like start doing some basics, right? Let's make a couple drops, or we'll make one drop for each to start. So ID equals, you know, fairy pants. I guess the ID could be integer based, but I don't think it's a problem because I don't know how many of them there's going to be. And it's going to be an integer anyways, because it's going to be a pointer and a memory. So yeah, that's fine. Base type equals dot fairy pants. I'll say 30 fairy pants. Weight equals 1. And this is gonna be placeholder. Weight equals 1. I like how there's a space in one of them, but not the other. Very silly. There's a world where instead of these being slices with arbitrary... Yeah, okay, fine. So customer, we're gonna have item drop ID. And just to be clear, this is gonna be an item drop parameters. Right, so each of these is going to be partial. And we're going to have a guarantee of unique IDs. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that'll work. Partial. Does this work still? Yeah, I think that's still working. So item drop ID, we're gonna have, you know, so we have fairy pant. Dirty fairy pants. We have elf work. Okay. Dirty fairy pants equals ID equals fairy pants. Base type, or no, we don't have an ID anymore. I'll delete. And we just say weight equals 1. Down here we say elf placeholder. And we say orc placeholder. And we can confirm that partial is doing stuff. Yes. Okay, cool. Super chic. Super chic. All right. Can't I do, like, I can make, like, an init function in Odin that'll just run before everything, and then have that be something very simple that'll update a global value, because that's kind of what's happening here. Init. Oh yeah, you do this. Okay. Drop table weights. Customer race. Weight totals. I-64. Init. Calculate and store. Drop table weight totals. I didn't know you had to be contextless. I guess that kind of makes sense. Drop table weight totals. Race. Yeah. Just total. Cool, cool, cool. And then where do we go from here? That should be expected values good. And you know what? Let's 100, 100, 100. Yeah, really simple, really easy to understand algorithm, now that I think it through. So we calculate, we have the max items per customer, For every item, we're going to have to pick a drop. Drop tables, customer.race. And so drop rand equals rand dot I64 max 1, I think. Int 64 max. Can I not do that? Do I have to be int maxing? I63 max. That's totally okay. Int 63 max. I can read. Cool. All right. Drop table weight totals. If drop rand is less than entry dot weight, we do drop params equals entry break. Else, drop rand minus equals entry dot weight. Believe that's all we do. Like, actually, I think that's all that I gotta do. Drop rand. There it is. Let's find out. Okay. Drop params. Item base invalid, 0. The drop table. I mean, I guess we could look at what our customer.race is. It appears to be a fairy. Yeah. Drop rand. It's going to be a random value between 0 and 100. We're going to go through each entry. Fairy pants. It's the first entry. It's got a base type. It's got a weight. We get our parameters. Break. Yep. Nice and simple. Okie dokie. Yeah, this is gonna come together real simply. I can kind of see a lot of it in my head. We're doing on time. We're coming up on 2 hours. We're gonna take a break in 25 minutes. All right, cool. This is super cool. I've never done this before, but this is super cool. So let's go ahead and just specify the drop ID in here. We don't need to. Got the base type. We're gonna have the item shape. That's okay. That makes sense to tie to the base type. The dirt. I mean, we might as well min dirt, max dirt, or dirt, min, dirt, max. I don't think I can do like this, right? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. And so the minimum dirt will be 1 and the maximum dirt will be 8. Dirt min. I keep forgetting. Max. Cool. Totally reasonable. Easy to understand. Now we do have to generate names somehow. Well, I guess I want the tooltip. It's like I know these are gonna just be clean. Yeah. You don't even need to wash them. So let's get. Do I want to do tooltips or the shape? Let's do the shapes because the shapes are like important, and I'm getting distracted by numbers and statistics. So. This is where things become a little funky. I guess to start with, when we're rendering the background, right? Inventory pause, item pause. Okay, so we gotta do this. For y equals 0, y is less than inventory width, y plus equals 1. For x u8 equals 0. I did this wrong. Height x plus equals 1. Okay. Mask equals hold on. Yeah, either way. It's gonna have to go this way either way. Mask is gonna be, or I guess we start by getting mask equals item shapes, item.base. Base type. Is filled equals how do we do this? So it's row shifted right by X. And U8 1. Does not equal 0. I don't know if this is going to work correctly. Item passage plus XY. What is this going to do? Whoa. So that's super wrong. Yeah. All right, cool. So we gotta examine it. Double check. Right, so I do think this is slightly incorrect. Yeah, it's the other way around. How about we try this? We're gonna have to subtract one more. So that's correct now, but this is still weird. Fairy pants, fairy shirt, fairy shirt. Oh, is it? No, the base type's correct. Okay, why? Where's that line at? 480? Will not make a function. You cannot make me. All right. First, we look at our mask. This is 128. Next, we look at our row. Wait, what? What is our base type? Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. I drop params. I'm a fool. Elf. Oh. Hell yeah, but this is not going to work right here. We can put an item on top. But that's close. That's close to what we want. That's really good. Cool, 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 cool. Super cool. Super cool, super cool, super cool. So can place item in inventory cell. If I equals item index, or the item is not received, or the item station is not 0, or the item's returned, we continue. Then, what do we got to do? So we got to take our mask. Place mask, which is going to be item index. Place mask is going to equal item shapes, item dot base type. And the answer is going to be so what do we have to do? We have the cell that we're putting our shape in, right? And then we have the existing positions of items in the inventory, right? We have to align the masks and check if there's any, if it's all zeros, then we're good. Yeah, we're going to and the mask. We're going to and the masks together somehow. So in the hypothetical world, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Place Y is gonna be zero. Exist Y equals 0. We gotta find our relative offsets, right? So if so, let me just do this dumb way first. So if the item dot position dot Y is greater than cell dot Y, then place Y would equal item.pos.y minus cell.y, and exist Y would equal 0. Else, if it's item.pos.y is less than cell.y, right? So the item's below. So if the item was 2 lanes below, then we don't care about the top 2 lanes of our shape mask on our placed item. So we start down there and we're going to iterate through. If the if the item is below. If the item is above where we're placing, then our place Y is going to be 0. And our exist Y is going to be cell.y minus item.pos.y, right? Because if this is, see my hands. So if the item exists at like a lower number. So if the item exists at row 2, and we're placing in row 4, we want to start looking at the item's mask, the existing item's mask from the second row. Okay. So then we're also going to have a place X and an exist X. So isn't this just place Y is the max of item pos Y minus cell Y and 0? Because if item pos Y was less than cell Y, you'd get a negative number. Yeah, okay. And exist Y is going to be the same way, but the other way around. I think that's correct. Hopefully. So, we do the same sort of math here. I think it's honestly the exact same. 0. This is why we use signed integers instead of unsigned integers, specifically so that I can do that. So we're just getting an offset for one of them, and the other one is 0. So, now what we do is we do this. We're going to say for y, which is an I8, is equal to 0. Y is less than no. No. This was right the first time. Place Y plus Y is less than inventory width. And exist Y plus Y is less than inventory width. Y plus equals 1. Right? Yeah. X, I, same thing, equals 0. Place X plus X is, oh fuck, I'm stupid. Why do I keep doing that? Okay, cool. So place row equals oh yeah, place item. Place item, or no, place mask, place Y plus Y. Exist row, we might as well get the exist mask. Base type. Exist mask, exist Y plus Y. Okay. So now we want to shift them, right? So say up here we established that the place X, so if the item position X was greater than the cell X, we would start 3 to the left, right? We would ignore the left 3 bits of our we ignore the left 3 bits, right? So maybe instead of doing a shift here, we could just mask them both. Yeah, that might be even easier than this. So let's do this. So we're gonna do place shape and exist shape. Shape. Cool. So instead of this place X thing, we're gonna have a place mask and an exist mask. And the, so the default case would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you think of it this way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How do you... Is there an easy way? Is there like an operator or something that'll turn on some bits but not others? Like this, like I know you can negate bits, but like... What about logical operators? Binary operator comparison. Binary. Here we go. Take a look here. Unary. Negation, bitwise complement, bitwise OR, bitwise XOR, bitwise AND. And a not. Don't I need like a saturating? Shift? No. It's not power, right? Because I guess you do the power of 2 minus 1, right? So like hypothetically, if you did 0, subtract 1, this would become 0. But if it was this, subtract 1, this would become 1. If it was this, these all would become 1. Oh, we hit our 2-hour mark, huh? Yeah, we did. Okay, I will ponder on this. We will go to a break. I'm gonna get up and stretch and maybe get something to eat. And I will be back presently. Goodbye. for now. What's good, gamers? We're back. A little out of breath. Got up, stretched, exercised, and now we go again. Where were we? Well, we have this place row and this exist row. You're not gonna do this way. We're gonna say place offset is a U8. Zero. If our item position Y is greater than cell Y, then we want to start over there, right? And if our exist offset U8 max 0 shell.y minus item.position.y. Okay. If place row, place offset overlaps with exist row shifted by the exist offset, we're gonna return false. Oh, does not equal 0. I think that should do it. That false, 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 false. Oh. Okay, so the entire width is a problem. So, where's that function? Well, let's do this again, starting from here. Let's move this. Okay. Cell is 3-0. That's correct. Right? 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. That's where we want to look. Exist shape. Got place shape. And we got the exist shape. Place Y. And exist Y. I should also check the place item. Oh, I grabbed an alpha item? I guess I did. Alright. It's okay. Ooh. Hope I exercised correctly. Right, they're equal. They should both be 0. That makes sense. Place offset. Exist offset. This is wrong. So the item position on Y. Oh, I used Y instead of X. That's why. That's why. It's not Y, it's X. There we go. Let's start with that one. So we can't place there. Can we place here? We can place there. Can we move this and move this? We can. Amazing. It doesn't overlap with itself. That's what we would hope for. What the hell happened there? Where did you go? Is it white? What the hell? Oh yeah, it's just a very pale color. I see it. So yeah, cool. And then this will still all work. So bomb, 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 bomb. Charge it. Do that. Charge it. Hold on. That's the colorless one. Pretty sure you take that and you take one of these. There you go. Cool, he's gone. You can take that. Do you take this? Yeah. Do you take this? Cool. Could do with some quality of life stuff, like picking up the existing item so that you can move it if you want to. But absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Very happy with that. All right. So we got the shapes set up. I guess next thing we could do is we could render the sprites. If we have them, that would at least work for the fairy clothes. Yarr. Correct. Yeah, let's just go ahead and render that stuff. So currently we get the render cell. It occurs to me to wonder. This is 16 by 16. And the inventory, the cells in the inventory are... actually 14 by 14. Interesting. But this does exclude the outermost pixel, so it's probably fine. So I guess we will start when we get the inventory cell. We'll stop subtracting this and we'll stop adding this. Even though it's going to make some things look a little funny in the short term, it's going to be okay. So, where do we use inventory cell rect? There it is. Now. Huh. Clothing variations. Item base int. Yeah. I like it. Okay. Texture is going to be state dot assets dot clothing item dot base type. Source rect is going to equal well, you know what we could do? Item, texture, and source rect. State, item. So now, instead of just doing this, we do RL. Or even... So we do draw texture pro. Okay, cool. Obviously, it's not going to do anything. But it is overwriting that part of it right now, which is, you know, it is what it is. I guess I could fade the color, actually. And we just fade it to like 0.5 right now. Yeah, that's totally chill. Totally chill. So now we come in here. Got item texture for and source rect. Switch. Or so text. Oh, spooky. Texture is gonna be state.assets. I guess items. Item.base type. Something like that. It's gonna be chill. That's not gonna do anything. But that'll do things. Wow, amazing. Super amazing. I like it a lot. I like that a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. Did they really only give me pants? Oh, I only included pants. I didn't do any of the other ones. Show, who can say? Also, we're gonna say fairy pants, dirty. Shirt dirty. Fairy socks dirty. So now they'll have a 1 and 3. Or you could only get orcs. That's also an option. Oh, it's always clean. What's happening here? What do I have in my inventory here? I have 2 things. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what's going on there. You appear to be pretty confident that I have something in my inventory, but I clearly don't. So, watch out with that. State.items. 12 items in the array. Owner 1, base type orc. It's not received. Received and returned, base type orc. Wait a minute. What's happening here? Let's put check collection rate. If the item owner returned, all returned. Ah. Okay, so it's still grabbable is the problem, even though it is not actually in there. The item has not been received, or the item station is 0, or the item is returned. We do continue. Now, if you don't have a item dot received, item dot returned. There we go. Cool. I like it a lot. Oh, that's not right either. So let's fix that. You can tell I wrote that before I'd added all these other things that you could potentially do. Why is this? Why she got 2 pairs of socks? What the fuck? Do they have different colors after coming out of the... I feel like they might. Or maybe I'm just hallucinating. Right, we got like a purple and a blue. They just come out in the opposite order from what you put them in, which is a little funny. Probably should not work that way, actually. You could have like a chain linked list. Might be what you need. So you could do first in, last out type thing. Not super important. Okay. So I'm pretty happy with that much. Tooltips. Tooltips. If you do not have a... All right, we're gonna make a draw tooltip function. And we're gonna take state too. Okay. Okay. Show. Maybe 2 points where we have to draw our tooltips. The first point is gonna be when we hover a customer's item to give. Hovering item. Linalg dot distance. Pause mouse. Less than 8. If hovering item and not day dot have grabbed item, do draw tooltip. Item. Mouse. I do that. A state. Cool. Okay. So, what are we gonna do with tooltips? I guess we'll start with like a tooltip width and tooltip height. Technically, you could scale it based on the amount of content you got. I want to do that. I just think. Craft. Let's see. So, this is the inspiration, kind of. So if we had, you know, some fucking item for something, and again, I don't know. All right. No, that's enough. Actually, let's alchemy, automatic success. Start, stop. So these all have, they do have various sizes. I think this is, yeah. Yeah, adjust the size based on how much stuff is in there. Is the width fixed? I feel like it might be. It's like, yeah, that seems like it's the same. So maybe I'll choose a width and I will adjust the height. Okay. So we're gonna have a width. I guess we'll have a header height. Which, I don't know what it's gonna be. We'll start with 20 pixels. We're gonna have to like calculate the number of tags, draw the background, draw the tags, banga banga bonga, just like that. So let's start with the header because that's gonna be fixed size and very easy to understand. Well, I guess actually. So rect. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna come down here. we're going to insert rect.width is less than render height. Do this move, and then we're going to say what do we want to do? So it's like we start out. No. So we start out, I think, with like, you got your point. Oh, is it gonna work? It's gonna. I think affinity might suck. Okay, so you got your point, and by default, we would want to put the tooltip like down here. But if our point is down in the corner, and our tooltip would be, you know, like this, we want to adjust it somehow. The options are, we start by looking at the X and we say, okay, well, what if we reversed it? And then we look at the Y and we say, okay, well, we're still off screen, so we can reverse it. And then we put it up here. And it's like, that makes sense. That kind of follows the logical progression. There's the hypothetical world where you reverse it on both axes. You start by reversing it on the X, and then you reverse it on the Y. And if that was the case, they were both reversed, and it was still off screen, then you would just fall back to putting it in the top left corner, because how the heck did you even do that, right? Okay. I think that's the plan. So, if the width is off screen, so tooltip rect.x plus tooltip rect.y, or .width is greater than render width. Tooltip rect.x equals pos.x minus tooltip rect.y equals pos.y minus if I guess we do like this. We just say if tooltip rect.width times 2 is greater than render width. Something like that. It's kind of blech, you know, but okay. And we'll just start by doing this, and then that should be good. Wow, look, there's a... Oh, that's a problem. Show tooltip. Cool. Tooltip pause. 32. Tooltip item. So way down at the bottom after we draw everything. Something like that. That puts it in front of everything that we care about, which is good. The width is ginormous currently. That's way more manageable. Okay. Do I have to, like... Can I set the blend mode to add or something? Will that make you happy? Not blend like that? Because you look kind of weird. Additive. Something like this. That's not right either. That's funny. Like, I want to darken. Oh, I just do multiply, don't I? Because black is going to be 0, 0, 0. Right? So if I fade it, or I use one of the grays, it should just darken without... Yeah, that's kind of the behavior I want. That's much better. Instead of being a weird color. Cool, cool, cool. Excelente. Show. We gotta have some names, right? How do I want to do this? It's gonna be some word salad thing. me think here. I think it might be cool if the item's names changed as you modified them. That makes sense. So you just need to deterministically generate a name from an item. So we can have... What if we just throw a seed on there? And so we just do some basic thing like item name is a procedure. It's going to take an item. And I guess an allocator. Yeah, that'll actually work out really nicely, I think. Annoying that I'm going to double allocate, but I don't care that much. Let's go ahead and just put font up here. Like that. And we're going to come over here and we're going to say font. Font. Name. The position. Okay. Ten is probably too big. Can I even print at 5? What's that even gonna do? Nothing. It's not gonna work. It's funny. We might just not have enough pixels if I do it this way, so... let's do this. Actually very simple for me to do. So we did screen to world. We want to do world to screen. Tooltip house. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, cool. And then, like, I just need to, like, come up with some random ways to build a name, you know? So we can really go down whatever path we want. So I guess I'll do item name format will be an enum. And I mean, we'll just start with like noun. Yeah, so noun. So we can do like dirty prefix. So okay, base type noun. Actually, no, we don't even have to do this. So we're gonna have row data, base type nouns, which is going to be item base string, array of strings. Simple, simple. I'll come down here. I'm gonna switch on the item name format. Okay. Obviously, it's gonna give me something it doesn't know about. You know, what's gonna happen in here? So we might have what do we have? We have invalid. Debug item. How did you get this? Okay. So now we have fairy pants, fairy shocks, fairy shirt. So fairy pants could be tiny trousers, or trousers. They could be pantaloons. It doesn't really matter. They could be shorts. We could even call them short shorts. We could have socks, stockings. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, that's fine. And we could have shirt. We could have tunic. Have tabard. There we go. What we have in the store now? want to find a fairy. Shirt. We got socks. We got a tabard. Amazing. The tooltip does not show when we hover them in the inventory, which is wrong. Oh, we could probably do like a string join with space. Yeah, that's probably correct. Right? Yeah. Use that join. Something like that. Yeah, that's good. We're gonna put this in here. There we go. But either way, we're gonna say else. Tooltip item equals item. Oh, I don't like that. Shit. Wait, if I... Oh, I can't grab from there. Okay, that's a problem. Fuck. We have the cell currently. So first we can check show. Item row mask is gonna be item dot or item shapes, item dot base type. Item Y minus cell Y. Yeah. Okay. So item row mask. Pointer mask is gonna equal by default. We'll just do U8 1, shift it left 7 bytes. And then we shift it right cell.x minus item.pos.x bytes. Didn't like that, huh? So item.pos.y is 0. Wait. Hang on. We got a problem there. So if cell Y is greater than... Oh, we do sell Y minus item pause Y. Seems correct. You don't maintain the offset when you're dragging it, but that's kind of okay. Ooh, that's not good. I didn't even think about that. Something like that. And so we're going to start. If Y is greater than max Y, and we don't even do this like this. If Y is greater than max Y and place shape Y does not equal 0, do return false. That's going to start one layer. So if we go in now, it should not let me place them off the bottom. So I can place it here, I can place it here, I can place it here. I can still place it there, which is wrong. I can't place it there. So that's not right. I'll fix that. Why is this? Y equals 0, player inventory height. So if our inventory height is 5, we were trying to place at 3. We do 5 minus 3 and we get max Y of 2. 0, 1, 2. Oh, greater than or equal to. I think that works. So now bum, bum. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Yep, cool. Oh, I think it's almost break time again. Or maybe not. Nope, it's not. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping. Okay. So... So... We're gonna check the low bits, right? So player inventory width minus cell.x. So if our width is 8, because it is, and our cell x was 6, our max x would be 8 minus 6 would be 2. Which means we would have a problem if anything except for the top 2 bits was 1, right? So we would take everything and we would basically say, if there was any overlap with that, you would have a problem. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Where are we here? This mask thing. What do I do? What do I do? Well, that conversely means if we took this, we shifted it left by the max x, and it was not 0, it would be a problem, right? Is it that simple? Perhaps. Let's find out. Check, check, check. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. This works. Cool. Short stockings. Excelente. We can just put these back. Okay. That was a distraction to an extent. Okay, we do like this sort of thing, right? We're gonna say, we're gonna have item name, position, right? And it's gonna be non-prefix, suffix, yeah. We might end up needing more elements. I don't know how we're gonna do it. But we're gonna come up here. We're gonna say, if item.dirt is greater than 0, dirty position equals dot prefix. Dirty prefix. Or even we could do dirty dirty name additions. So it's going to be item name position string. Dot prefix. We could say, you know, grimy. We can do dirty. We can do filthy. We can do wretched. Dot suffix can equal, you know, of grime, or of filth. You know, we can just do all of these. Of muck. All right. This is so stupid. Name elements, rand.choice enum. Dirty name additions. Prefix. And down here, we do the same thing. If dirty position equals dot suffix, append name elements, rand.choice enum. I don't know how much randomization I can stock up in here before it'll start to be a problem, but I think this will work. What are you mad about? Oh, not a choice enum. Choice. Dirty trousers. Filthy trousers. And we go and we wash them. Oh, that's not right. Oh, I see. I see. We just always do this. No, but there's a Rand right here. So we just do all of it. Yeah, we just do all of it no matter what. Dirty prefix. Dirty suffix. Stockings of muck. The filthy short shorts. The dirty stockings and the dirty shirt. So... that can't be right. You're clean. Oh. There we go. Grimy socks and the dirty shirt. Become a shirt and socks. Amazing. Super amazing. So stupid. Okay. It's really enough time spent on that for now, I think. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, we did that. What did I have on my to-do list? We did this. We did this. Okay. Honestly, we did this too, sort of. Money. Night upgrades and new stations. Yeah, let's go ahead and do money. That's really easy. to do that. If it's down there, okay. Actually, we actually have to do a separate count right here, so we don't even have to do this way. Let's undo, undo, undo. Undo, 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 undo. Rewards and such, so you know, let me just count up the number of items you got, and we'll do state dot money plus equals this should be an I-64 just to make it easy, and we'll say we'll just add the item count right now. Easy peasy. We will throw up the money amount up on the screen. Right next to all this other stuff. I think that'll work. Oh, that didn't work. I can also do some backwards math. Split all the way to the top. If our render height is 180, or render width is 320, we'll do like 300. Filthy socks. He played me one item, $1. I gave him 2 items back. What the fuck? That's not right. Hold on a minute. All returned. We need a guy with 2 items. Customer.id 1 item, or we'll just do item.id or item.owner. We got 5 items in the array. 1 with an owner of 1. 2 with an owner of 1. Item count. I see the problem. That'll fix it. Give me $2. Shit. Did I compile correctly? Zero, 0, 1, 1, 1. I don't like the way that worked. I saw a bug there. That bothers me. Alright, let's see what I were at. Oh, we got a bunch of shadowing going on. That's kind of gross. That worked. Hypothetically, we shouldn't be able to do that. So it's just kind of an invalid state problem. Where you never receive the item. You return the item, I think is what's happening. So, I mean, if I go in here... and I just say dirt man equals 1, dirt max equals 1. It'll at least require that you hold it. Or actually... here's a better idea. It's a little more long-term. I think we just make it so that you cannot return an item. You can't do that anymore, but you can do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do that. Boop. Bounce trap. think we're good. Yeah, I can see better ways to do that, but cool. I feel pretty good about this. We also got money set up. Not the grimy shorts. Oh, Jesus, they are grimy. Okay, cool. Very fun. All right, I like that a lot. That is sort of having money. I don't know what upgrades I want to have, but not that hard to put them in there, right? What's my timer looking like? 8 minutes. I guess I can just start thinking. I think what I'll probably do as far as upgrades go. So we'll do like package serious game. And this will be upgrades.odin. And so we're gonna have general upgrade ID. And then we'll have like washing machine upgrade ID, which will be an enum. And then we'll have like, dryer upgrade ID, which will be an enum. Very simple stuff. And then inside of the state structure, we will have like general upgrades, which is just going to be a bit set of general upgrade ID. That's it. And they all start at 0. You progress through the game, you buy a new upgrade, you'd remove the money, and you'd set the bit. And then inside of the code, wherever we need to use the upgrade, we check the bit. Same thing with the stations. Say station kind. Yeah, I mean, washing machine upgrades or upgrades washing machine. ID. Bit set. Gonna take up a whole U64 per machine type. Wow, horrible. Upgrades, dryer. Bit set. Dryer. Machine upgrade, ID. Whew. I feel really good about that. I think that makes so much sense because then in here, you know, all you gotta do is you gotta say row data, general upgrade costs. You have general upgrade ID, I-64. That's gonna specify the costs of each upgrade. We can have stuff like general upgrade prerequisites. So it'd be the same thing, general upgrade ID. Then this is a bit set of other general upgrade IDs. And so if I say before you can buy bigger windows, you gotta buy bigger Windows 1 or something. You just set that in the prerequisites, and then we will use that data to build up our upgrade tree and just modify it like that. Binga banga bonga. Easiest computer program of my life. Okay, I'm gonna stop the stream for now. I might stream more today. Otherwise, I'll stream tomorrow. And I'm gonna go, you know, make sure to stretch and take care of yourself and stuff, because that's what I'm gonna do. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, end of stream.